So much. We have been working on some Saturdays from like 10 to 6, and we have after-school rehearsals like 3 days a week.
We started in September, I believe, or October, and we've been working like every day from school ending to about 6:30.
All of the rehearsals have just been so much fun, and we've gotten to spend so much time together, and it's been great.
So we've been working a lot to make the show practically perfect.
Oh, this show is so fun and inviting for audience members. It's really immersive and it's so high energy throughout the beginning to the end. And it's really cool to see how all the different characters interact and different growths throughout all of the characters.
It's a lot of color and a lot of lights and a lot of songs, so I feel like it's really entertaining.
This show is so fun and inviting for every age group. It's the classic story of Mary Poppins with a twist. So if you've seen Mary Poppins the movie a million times, you will be surprised with new things. And if you've never seen it, you'll still be able to follow the story just as easily. One of the most challenging parts of the rehearsal process for me personally is that I'm so new to this. There were things that I didn't know about directing a musical in particular, because it's very different than a straight play. But fortunately, these students have been very generous with me and we figured them out.
I think just all the moving around, there's a lot of dancing in this show, so the dancing in the show is really hard to just get really precise, but I think we've been doing a good job so far.
I don't typically sing. I've never been a singer, but Miss Barbie and Miss Hooper have just helped so much. Like, they've really instilled a lot of confidence in me, and it's been really fun to just get to find that, and like, it's really fun.
People should come see Mary Poppins because it's amazing. We've been working so hard to do this, and the music's so cool. It just takes you back.
I think they should come see it to see that our generation can really pull off and portray a really old show in a way that is just fun to watch.
It's really entertaining. The students put a lot of work into it, and I think that everyone will enjoy it if they come because it's just so much fun.
It's very playful, honestly. You enjoy it.
This show is fabulous. Everyone needs to come and see it because the students have put in so much hard work. They are so talented and it's going to be lots of fun.
Hattie and Riley were able to visit Ralph's Records and talk to the employees about their love for music.
Ralph's Record, we have been in business for 44 years, opened by Ralph DeWitt, who I started working for whenever I was 16 years old, if I'm not mistaken. I'm 47 now, that's crazy. And he is retired. I bought the business from him and carry on his legacy. Man, we are all about the customers. Obviously, we are a full media store, records, CDs, DVDs, video games, Pokemon cards, you name it. But we're here for the customers. First record I ever bought, I can't remember how old it was, maybe 4 years old, but with my own money, it was a 45 of Oak Ridge Boys, Elvira. That actually really got me into music, and my folks would let me buy a 45 every week, every 2 weeks, and then it just started diving into records, really into cassettes, and I guess around 1990 it was all CDs and above, but yes, I was a complete nerd, still am a complete nerd, obviously, look what I do, and music was everything.
Music makes me feel a certain way, so if I'm listening to certain things, I will feel a certain way, so it does in that way too. I find music pretty interesting that it has that psychological effect in my life, is that, I grew up playing lots of games. Most of the games I like to play were Japanese, right? So I was playing like Sonic the Hedgehog, Mario, Dance Dance Revolution, which I still love, and all those are very Japanese and have like Japanese music, right? So like fast forward, like past that, I still play video games, don't get me wrong, but you go even further, and then now it's like all the music I like is actually Japanese for the most part, which is pretty wild. Like you wouldn't, it's just very strange to me. So it's like that Japanese influence just from like media you wouldn't even think about has like impacted me a lot in that way.
So, and it also makes you more open to other stuff, because there's like a lot of things before, like that would start whenever I was working here, that would like, I thought I was like, I don't like this, I don't want to listen to this, but then they might put on in the store that I just wasn't expecting. I was like, oh, this is actually really good.
I've had to deal with like lots of music and learn a lot about music, and I've learned a ton. Like, I know more about music than I probably give myself credit for, just for being here and being like, oh yeah, this is this, this, and this. So yes, it has, totally. And it's opened me up to different music too, because we all listen to different stuff. So I've listened to things I never would have normally, so yeah.
Records, CDs, digital. And most people these days, especially the younger generation, gets everything digitally, but they're coming in and buying the record and or CD to support their artist, which is very, very important.
Before I started working here, I was a snob. I think a lot of people, I don't speak for everybody my age, but a lot of people my age, especially like in the alternative music community, really hold on to their music and like put it on a big pedestal, and it's like make it their personality, and if you don't like it, then it's almost like you're disrespecting them as a person.
You have to love it. If you go into the business thinking you're going to make money, oh, good luck. You know, because I was, at one point I was doing 4 nights a week, 4-hour shows a night, and working 45 hours a week. With 2 littles at the house, you know, to make a living. No, it's tough. You know, music is amazing. You better love it if you're gonna go into that business. Yeah. Oh, I've learned so much because of it. The hard times, the great times, everything in between. Yeah, no, music has been really, outside of my 2 children, the most important thing in my life.
It almost is my life in a way, because I think of things through music. Like when I think of a memory, I think of like what I was listening to at the time, or what was in my earbuds maybe when I was potentially doing it. So it's almost like a soundtrack or whatever to every little moment.
Local real estate agent Andrew Baxter sat down with a few of our students to talk about his YouTube channel, Lubbock Living. Andrew, Spencer, Rule, and Benito have the story.
Hi, I'm Andrew from Lubbock ISD TV. I'm also here with the other Andrew, Andrew Baxter.
That's me. Good to meet you, Andrew.
Good to meet you,
Great to meet you, yeah.
Would you like to explain what you do?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
I think I did.
I am in the, you could say that I'm in the business of real estate is what I would say. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to school at Texas Tech University, and I just kind of wanted to do something bigger and better, and real estate was a great avenue to do that. And the money. It can be great. It can also be really bad, but sometimes it's fun.
Yeah. Has it benefited you, like, financially or anything?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say it's my career.
Okay.
So, you know, I got ostrich boots on, but whatever. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, it's benefited me financially. I mean, so you kind of, it's like you're starting your own business. So I've kind of started my business. I've kept it going for 5 years now, and there's a kind of a mantra that you hear sometimes, like it takes money to make money. It kind of takes money to make money, so a lot of the money that I've made I've actually put back into my business, and it's allowed me to make some more money. And with the YouTube thing specifically, you know, I get to help people from all over the country move here and buy real estate here, and that's what I've spent a good chunk of my change on, is that channel.
Did you start your YouTube as a passion project?
I've always liked to entertain. It's always something I've enjoyed doing. I don't take life very seriously. I think that everyone should kind of try to be more like that. And YouTube was a perfect avenue to marry entrepreneurial spirit and being able to actually facilitate real estate transactions. I'm passionate about being independent, and my YouTube channel allows me to do that.
In what ways have you adapted to the new economy, like post-COVID?
So for me, a lot of it was I didn't have to adapt. I started in this new post-COVID economy. I started in 2020 and then kind of just carried it into where we're at now. So I never really knew anything different. During COVID, it was a lot easier to buy real estate. It's gotten harder over the last 3 or 4 years. So I've been able to kind of adapt and grow in a harder time, which has been more beneficial for my business.
How do you feel about Lubbock compared to other cities? Like, not Las Vegas or anything, just regular other cities.
That's a fantastic question. I love Lubbock. I absolutely love Lubbock. I think it's a fantastic city to start a business, to grow a business. It's developing very rapidly. It's growing rapidly. It's awesome. And it's so affordable compared to a Las Vegas or a Dallas or a San Antonio or Houston or wherever. It's extremely affordable, which a lot of people love. When you guys grow up and start dealing with finances, it means a lot that this is an affordable place to live. If I'm working with someone who's buying a house for the first time, they need someone to hold their hand through a transaction. A lot of times, you know, I might sell 25 to 30 houses a year. So I might do, or more than that, or depending on how good my year's going. So I get to do 30 of those or 25 or however many it is a year. Whereas this person's only doing one for maybe 30 years. You know, this will be the only transaction they might do. Yeah. So a lot of people just need hand-holding. And they need to work with someone who knows what they're doing and is professional to an extent. I mean, I also don't want to be a square. I want people to have fun and enjoy the process. So that's kind of what I do too.
What skills or qualities do you think are essential for becoming a realtor? I
would say you need to be consistent. You know, you need to be willing to show up every day and do what you say you're going to do. Because this career has like a 90% turnover rate, and it's just because people get too comfortable and then they don't do what's required of them every day. They don't treat it like an actual job. They think, oh, I'm going to sell a house and make so much money or whatever, but they don't show up every day. They're not willing to make calls. They're not willing to focus on marketing. They're not willing to do what's required of them in order to make money.
Yeah, so just being a regular good worker.
Yes, you need to have a somewhat decent work ethic. You know, a lot of people do think it's something that's going to be easy and they're going to just immediately start selling houses. It's big and sexy, and really it's not. I mean, it's tough and it sucks a lot of the times.
What's your favorite part of showing a new property or home to your clients?
I do a lot of showings with clients, but when they find the one they like, that's my favorite part because I can see it on their faces. I can see that they're going to enjoy, or they know that they're making the right decisions with this one that they're buying. So that's what it would be for me. It would be when I'm showing someone and they found the house that they really like. That's a really cool experience for me because they love it. They walk in and they go, oh my God, I love this. This is fantastic, you know. And that's cool for me to see.
All right.
Yeah.
I would say that's it for now.
Come on!
On our next segment of LBK Rewind, we take a look at a story from 2009 about an agricultural program at Monterey. And then Grant and Jack take a look at the AgriSTEM program and what it offers to students today.
Monterey High School ag students are teaming up with Texas Tech University on a research project involving chickens.
We're feeding chickens for Texas Tech University. We feed 4 sets of chicks, and we have 25 in each pen. We feed them the same amount of feed on 2 different types of feed, a fast grow and a slow grow feed. And we're raising them to see which feed grows the chickens the fastest.
The information gathered and learning the research process helps both the high school and university students.
Monterey will use this information so that we can raise our own chickens faster. Tech is using it to give feedback to the feed companies and also to see how it affects the chicken's digestive system differently.
This is actually a beneficial collaborative study between LISD's high school students and Texas Tech University because on their side, they are helping us do the legwork, and then on our side, we're giving them the idea of how the researches or how the college courses are done in Texas Tech.
Like the fast growers? Tech's so big in agriculture that it's exciting to know that they're interested in joining up with Monterey as a high school that is.
The agriculture industry is strong in Texas and especially in West Texas, right? And by the year 2050, we have to feed more than 9 billion people with less land than ever before. And to do that, it's going to take some strong leaders. It's going to take problem solvers that have great critical thinking skills and they're creative. And it's just going to take people who want to ensure that we have a safe food supply for the globe. You know, if you eat or you wear clothes, you're involved in agriculture. So we're all involved, and it's a great opportunity for us, for our students, to go and do great things. Lubbock ISD AgriSTEM is the result of the 2018 bond. And so with that, we have this campus. It's located on the campus of Texas Tech University, and we serve all 5 high schools in Lubbock ISD. So whether you go to Coronado, Estacado, Lubbock High, Monterey, or Talkington, we have availability for you here. And so what happens is students take a Principles of Agriculture, Food, and Natural Resources class their freshman year on the home campus, and that's a 45-minute class. And then students come over here for their upper level classes. And so we have 4 programs of study. Those are animal science, food science, plant science, and then environmental and natural resources. Our students kind of select a major as well and specialize, and so they'll get industry-based certifications when they graduate. So whether they want to go straight into the world of work or if they want to go to college, we're giving them those skills they need to be successful. So until 21, when we chartered 3 new FFA chapters, you had to either be at Monterey High School or Coronado High School to be in the program. So now, regardless of what high school campus you're on, you get an opportunity to be in agricultural education classes. And so with that, like I said, you get to take your principles courses, which when I say principles, that's an overview of the whole agricultural industry. You take those as a freshman, your first year, and then you come take the upper level classes here. And so it's a really cool opportunity because we get to specialize. I know Mr. Hightower has wildlife classes and energy and natural resources classes. He also teaches our practicum classes where students get to go out and work in industry, and so they get that on-the-job experience there. And in addition, we have a meat lab back here that we didn't have before. And so we get to partner with professors from Texas Tech there, and also Raider Red Meats. And so it's kind of a cool opportunity for our students to get those hands-on. One of the reasons we have that space is that HEB and United Supermarkets told us they have a shortage of meat cutters, and they need students straight out of high school that can come and fill that need. However, if you're wanting to go to college after that, there's bachelor's, master's, and PhD programs at Texas Tech and other colleges around the state as well. And then, of course, we have a beautiful floral lab, we have a plant science lab, we have an animal science lab for our vet science classes. So there's just lots of opportunities. This year, we opened up the Roger Green Supervised Agricultural Experience Center, and that is a space that our students house their livestock projects. So some of them have pigs, some of them have goats or sheep, and so it's a space for them to house it. So the cool part about that is before it was out on Martha Sharp, right next to the Coronado baseball field. Well, now it's right here on this one campus, and so we're able to just walk down there if we have something going on that we want to change. Maybe we're wanting to show students how to give an injection, and so we can actually do that during the school day. So it just provides more opportunities for hands-on learning, and I think, you know, it's one thing to learn the theory, but when you apply it, that takes learning to a whole new level.
Put God first and you'll never come last, but give it your best, try. We are an international fragrance business. We are a safer alternative to candles. We have a variety of beautiful decor warmers and over 100 different smells to choose from. I started Scentsy on July 6, 2020, so it's been a little over 4 years. The way my journey began with Scentsy is I had gone from having a career in the work field to becoming a stay-at-home mom, and I felt like I was starting to lose myself. And one day I was scrolling the internet, saw this ad that said, "Are you a stay-at-home parent who wants to earn an income?" And that spoke to me because it gave me the flexibility to be able to work from home and still make an income. My children are Scentsy kids. They've grown up in the business, and so it is my goal, my hope, and my desire to be able to pass this down to them once they turn 18. I had 2 toddlers at the same time, and so I would tend to my kids during the day and work my business at night. So whatever works for your personal circumstances, if there's a will, there's a way. It's grown a lot in the last 4 years, and so I see my business growing enough where I'm able to stop working part-time at night and just solely be at home with my family. The beginning of my journey was very difficult. I moved to Lubbock from San Antonio, so I didn't have a lot of friends, family, or support out here, but it helped me persevere because when there's a will, there's a way. So with no support, I got on social media, and that has been my main platform, and I've grown my business in 4 years just from hustling on Facebook. I chose Scentsy because I personally use the products in my home. I love them. I'm passionate about fragrance. I like my house and car and everything to smell good. So when I found out the opportunity was to sell Scentsy, I was like, I can do this because I love it and use it myself. I like to put together a collection of different fragrance categories, and so everybody has their niche. Some people like clean, some people like fall, some people like fruity, and so I always go to my top selling scents of each category. We change every 6 months, so we do spring and summer for the first part of the year, and we just started fall, and it'll run all the way through January, so September through January. So every 6 months we change. When I got my first order, I was beyond myself. I was so excited because literally when I started, I sent about 200 messages and text messages to friends and family. I got a lot of no's, but when I got that yes, I literally jumped in the air for joy. One of my biggest hardships when I started the business is people just automatically think that your friends and personal family are going to support you. I have found that is far from the truth. I've actually had strangers and new friends that I've made be my biggest supporters. I would say put God first and you'll never come last, but give it your best, try. Like I said, if there's a will, there's a way. You have to think outside of the box, but you have to believe in yourself. And there's this saying, your business won't work unless you do. So you get what you put into it. My biggest inspiration is God, honestly. I started from nothing. I had no support. And literally every day I pray over my business and ask God if this is what I'm supposed to be doing, if this is the journey that you want me to take, help me to be successful. And every week I'm getting orders, so He blesses me every single week. I earned the annual Mentor Award, which means I helped a minimum of 12 people get certified, and only less than 2% of 250,000 consultants ever earn this award. Scentsy has helped me travel outside of the country twice, which I could never afford on my own, but it just gives you so many opportunities. It allows you to meet new people, and so if you're not doing it for the money, it's also a great way to grow your community and make new friends.
Giorgio's Pizza is a well-loved family-owned restaurant in Lubbock. They strive for customer satisfaction and have a large impact on our community.
We've always loved cooking, so that's what inspired us to open up and feed the community. Everywhere you go around here, everybody's friendly, so that's what you want to work in an environment where you feel comfortable.
Giorgio's is located in the heart of downtown Lubbock. They gain a lot of attraction from the surrounding community of local businesses and large companies.
We got the jewelry pool that comes in quite a bit. Big orders from Texas Roadhouse or Cavender's. They order the big Texas size 28-inch pie. There's times that ordering or cooking or customer doesn't is not happy, so we try to fix that. So everything gets stressful. Nothing always goes right, so you always try to make it go right.
It's nice because like in the restaurant industry, it's a very stressful environment. You never know what's going to happen from day to day, and so having that connection with your employees, kind of like knowing that they got your back and you got their back, it makes it a lot more of a peaceful work environment. It makes it somewhere where you want to come in every day.
The employees do everything they can to make sure customers have a good experience when coming to Giorgio's.
Getting to make that connection with the customers, you know, seeing my regulars come back already knowing what they want to order, seeing the smile on their face when I tell them, like, I got you in the oven already, you know, it makes your day.
Everybody gets along because we're a family here, you know, and Giorgio's is this one big happy family, even along with our customers also.
Come and try Giorgio's pizza. We got the biggest pizza in town. Texas size pizza, 28 inches, $44.95.
This has been a production of the students and staff at Lubbock ISD TV.
Welcome to Lubbock ISD 360. I'm your host for today's show, Parker Dannenberg, a sophomore at Lubbock High School. Lubbock ISD 360 takes you all around our school districts and shows you some of the awesome things that have been happening with the teachers and students inside of Lubbock Independent School District. The theme of today's show is preparing for the future. Now, obviously, a teacher's job is to prepare students for the future, but the people you'll meet today have gone above and beyond. With that, let's start at Overton Elementary, where third grader teacher Kayla Templeton threw a writing tea party to help her students prepare for those big tests that will be here before we know it.
We are wrapping up our first unit, and today we are going over our first lesson on how to write ECRs and getting ready for the STAR test.
So that word purposeful means the text evidence you use needs to serve a purpose, and that purpose is to prove the answer that you are writing.
We're talking about it really early so that we have lots of time to practice and reteach and just really get the concepts into their brains of what it entails, and just lots of time to have partner work and editing with each other. And yeah, it's just a big thing, so we need a lot of time to go over it.
Right, together, 3. Princeton? Okay, flip the question.
And we just finished a unit on classic tales, so we had Alice in Wonderland, Wind in the Willows. We talked a lot about tea parties and how they say things different in Great Britain, and so we're doing a writing party, and we've got tea and biscuits, and yeah, just trying to make it fun. They're just so excited. And then I get parents coming and telling me how their kids went home and talked all about how excited their kids were, and just, yeah, I just love seeing how excited they are, and it kind of helps them stay on track throughout the day. Also, it's a behavior incentive. Trying to get them to appreciate school and just really love learning and writing.
The Overton Mustangs are thinking much further than just the end of the year. They recently celebrated College and Career Week and invited our team to see what that entailed. Sarah Davila has a story.
Good morning. It's not uncommon for students at Overton Elementary to be greeted by Principal Kevin Boo. But it was a special treat when they were greeted one morning by the Texas Tech University masked rider, cheerleaders, and Raider Red.
We seen the Red Raider, and we seen cheerleaders, and we seen the horse, and we seen the mascot. We seen a lot of people.
We were taking pictures of the horse and the school, outside the school.
It was really crazy today because of the horse and like cheerleaders.
It's a really great opportunity for our students to kind of get a piece of, or to have a picture of what it looks like to be a part of a four-year university like Texas Tech. Many of them just can look at those cheerleaders and the masked rider and think that they could follow their dreams and be like they are someday.
The appearance from our collegiate neighbors was the only portion of the festivities at Overton. As the Overton Mustangs continued to think about their future, they also had more visitors from around the community for a little career show and tell.
We actually are hosting our annual career day on Thursday, and it's one of my favorite parts of our college and career week. And basically, students get to rotate through stations, which are manned by various professionals in our community representing different trades and vocations, and they can hopefully envision themselves in those roles someday, and just inspiring kids that they can be whatever they want to be when they grow up.
So education is very important.
Just encouraging kids that it's never too early to think about what their post-secondary plan is, whether that's a 4-year university like Texas Tech, who came this morning, or a 2-year associate's degree, the military, possibly learning a trade, maybe even through our ATC, learning vocation there, and just to think about setting their goals early on so they can then stay in school and get a path to work towards those dreams.
Like that, see? Now I'm all covered up. What else do I need?
Whether the students are inspired by the nurse, chef, fireman, or meteorologist, thanks to College and Career Week, everyone was thinking about what they wanted to be when they grow up.
When I grow up, I want to become a nurse. I want to be a Texas Tech fan.
I want to be on the SWAT team.
I want to be a pediatrician because I want to cure sick little kids and help them feel really better.
I want to be in the MLB because my favorite thing to do is baseball.
When I grow up, I want to be, hold on, I got to think about this. It's either a professional soccer player or I want to be in the NBA. Or a football player. I want to be an athlete because people say that I have like the skills to be an athlete, and it's really fun to be an athlete. Yeah, I want to be an astronomer because I like space.
For Lubbock ISD TV, I'm Sierra Davila.
Of course, many campuses around Lubbock ISD celebrate College and Career Week to get students excited about the future. Since we started at an elementary school, let's go next to Monterey to see how the SLC teachers work with the community to show students potential careers.
So our SLC program it stands for Structured Learning Classroom. So we have modified and accommodated curriculum for our high schoolers.
So we have created a career day for our SLC program, and we looked for careers that our kids were interested in, because for SLC, typically they go to the VTC after high school, but we wanted some careers that they are interested in and that they're able to do. And so we usually do a career interest survey, and we looked at some of their responses on there and took some of their top responses and then reached out to local companies in Lubbock to invite them to come and talk about the job, how they got the job, how they became interested in it.
I get the fun job. I get to spend their money, do all of our volunteer work, things like that.
So we have Grassmasters for landscaping. We have 2 roofing companies, Andrus Brothers Roofing and Maverick Roofing. And then we have Noble Fencing, so a fencing company. We have Walmart, HEB, and then we have Freddy's to cover like fast food. Oh, and we have Mighty Wash.
So we tried to get jobs of all different interests for our students, because some have, so that they are interested in retail, some are interested in grocery, some are interested in working manual labor outdoors. So we tried to get a wide variety of jobs that our kids could experience today.
Okay, for one, there was a classroom, when we was in our first classroom, it was 2 men that one did cutting grass, like he got his own business for cutting grass, and then the other one, he do, I think, house business, like house roofs, like house, he built house. Yes, ma'am. I don't know how to say the word. I couldn't get the word out. But yes, ma'am, he do that. And the one we was just in, they just teach us about how Walmart. You know, Walmart. You know, they give you deals if you work for them. That's crazy. That's really crazy. I did not know that. I might work for them. Never know.
Our kids typically
when they get to us, they don't really know what kind of jobs they want, and they don't really know what kind of jobs are out there. So we really wanted to give them this experience to see what's out there, what they're able to do, and get them looking at the future.
I think it's helping them explore what sort of jobs are in our community and having a chance to meet with these people and see them face to face and make that connection so that they could potentially have these jobs in the future.
The kids have been really excited about this. We've already had a couple of kids get contact cards and things like that so that they can potentially fill out applications with these different businesses and things like that. They've really enjoyed it and seeing like the different types of jobs and types of careers that are out there that may not be your normal like doctor, lawyer, firefighter type.
I feel like our students are going to walk away excited for their future, and they already have said in multiple of our sessions now, I want to work here. And so hopefully we're going to leave here today with them having some like actual jobs that they could apply to in the future and really set them up for success.
The thing what I want to do in the future is like, I want to have my own business, yeah. So that's where that thing came out, yeah. I do want to have my own business. I want to like do design and all that, like make clothes, make shoes, anything that pops up into my mind, I want to make. The most cool thing that I learned is the Walmart. You get free delivery if you work for them. Then on Black Friday, before on Black Friday, you get stuff on Monday instead of Friday. Oh yeah, that's the coolest thing I say. That's cool right there.
Thank y'all. Y'all keep learning, okay? Remember, smile at everything. No matter what you do, smile. Tell me again. The second one, be positive. Positive attitude goes a long ways. And then third, don't give up. Okay? Good job.
Shout out to all those community members who spent time with the Monterey Plainsmen. There are many more things happening inside of Lubbock ISD, but we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Tiffany Longoria, the Talkington School for Young Women Leaders principal, will share her story of how she went from first in her family to graduate to doctor. Welcome back to Lubbock ISD 360. I'm your host today, Parker Dannenberg. Thanks for tuning in to Lubbock ISD TV. This next story is a personal one for me and my peers here at Lubbock ISD TV. You see, our audio-video production teachers here plan a trip in the fall each year to show us some of the colleges that have great TV or film programs that aren't too far away from home. This year, we had an opportunity to check out a couple of really neat career options that we can pursue after graduation. For more about that trip, here's Monterey senior Aubrey Noble.
Thank you so much, Parker. This was a really cool opportunity. Personally, for me, I got to go about learning about the voice acting industry and where to go, but let me walk you through what all we did along the way. You'll hear from more of our team to share their experiences on the trip.
Our first stop on the trip was Capernaum Studios in Poolville, Texas. The audio-video professionals there showed us their film sets and sound stages. Plus, they demonstrated how they use an LED wall for virtual productions. Then we got to explore the historic sets that have been used for productions like The Chosen and Washington's Armor.
I would say my favorite part was the first studio we went to because I just thought there was green screen and I didn't think they had another program to be able to go into a 3D world, so I thought that was really cool.
Our next stop was the Big 12's headquarters, where a Texas Tech alumni explained the business side of collegiate sports and what it's like when a play goes under review during a college football game.
Our stop at the Big 12 Network was probably one of the more interesting places that we went to, simply because that it's more national in a sense, because it goes from all of the colleges that we have here at Texas Tech. Not only that, but like it showed us how everything works as a community and how everything communicates together, even though they might be like a couple of hours away from each other. And one of the things like I really learned from it was basically how to always be professional in a setting, how to always remain calm, and how to always be assured of yourself whenever you're making a certain decision within the community and within when you're having a show going on.
Then, to round out day one, we spent the evening with our friends at KWTX.
KWTX Extra. Obviously, we stream our newscast there.
We learned all about how news stations worked, what goes on behind the scenes, and got to watch their 9 o'clock newscast live from behind and within the studio. And afterwards, the anchors and meteorologists there were kind enough to answer our questions and give us great advice for our upcoming competitions.
So my favorite part of the fall trip was going to the KWTX news studio. I thought it was really fun to see what live news was like being there. They answered a lot of my questions, and it was cool to kind of see an actual career path that I could pursue, and they kind of went really in depth to each of the jobs that you could have in the studio, and it just brought kind of a new perspective of news to me, because it's different from what you just see at home and what we do here to how they do it in the real world. So I really enjoyed that, and I thought it was a good way to see some of the career paths that I could pursue.
Then we started our day 2 at the Baylor University Film and Digital Media Department.
There's a specialized ventilation system.
We toured their production spaces and learned about what classes they have to offer to us students. Then, before leaving Bear Country, we visited with their crew from Baylor Vision and took a look inside their brand new, state-of-the-art control rooms. With a Coronado and Lubbock ISD TV graduate serving as the assistant director of ACU TV, we got to hear exactly what the transition from Lubbock to Abilene could look like for us.
I really loved ACT because the community was very strong there, and the people there were so friendly, and they made me feel like I want to go there someday because of the people and the community they had there. And then with the TV station there, it was just it's really beautiful station, and what they do there is really amazing, and I really enjoyed it.
And everyone on the trip returned home inspired by the technology we saw and motivated by the people who were kind enough to give us great, excellent advice.
I just really like bonding with all of the people in this program.
I really liked the college touring because it got to show us more options that we had there, and going to college is a very important thing, and to do something that you love doing and to have opportunities and stuff out there for you is so amazing to me, and I just like all of it.
I think it's gonna help me because now I know more stuff about AV, and I wanted to make movies in the future. So I think it's able to help me and have an idea of more of the background behind it.
For Lubbock ISD TV, I am Aubrey Noble, and thank you so much for watching.
Thanks, Aubrey. My favorite part had to be looking at all of Baylor's stuff. It was really cool. Now, to wrap up today's show, we're going to head over to Margaret Talkington School for Young Women Leaders, where Principal Dr. Longoria recently shared her personal education journey and how she overcame many obstacles with a group of lady warriors who are getting closer and closer to graduation. Let's listen in.
So I'm going to share a story today about how I went from a first-generation graduate to doctor. And I was the first person to graduate college in my family. I was also the first to graduate high school from some of my siblings. So the main thing for me, it began with, I knew I wanted something different because my home life wasn't what I wanted to continue. So I knew I wanted something different. I didn't know what that looked like. I just knew I wanted something different for my future and my family. So sometimes it's okay not to know how you're gonna get there. It's just to know that you want something different, or you know your why. So I started college very scared, not knowing how I was gonna do it. I didn't have the background or the experiences that you have and that Talkington provides for you. I just knew I was ready to do something to make a change for my life. I also had a daughter at the time, so she was my big motivation to do it. And I would think, I'm gonna do this for you. So sometimes when you find yourself not knowing how you're gonna do it, it's okay. I want you to know that. You just take small steps in the right direction. Just take it a day at a time, a class at a time, sometimes a week at a time. And something else that I learned too was not only to just take the small steps and focus on one thing at a time. was to really be mindful of my self-talk, because you'll have a lot of people that will tell you you can't do it, and maybe sometimes that's family members. For me, it was some family members too. Why do you even want to do this? And so I had to learn that the thoughts that I told myself were very, very powerful. There were times I didn't know how I was going to do it. I didn't even feel that I could do it. I sure wasn't confident, yet I kept remembering I want something different. So the self-talk that you tell yourself becomes so important. And you also have to embrace the uncertainty and the unknown of what you're entering. So I just had to take the small steps, ask for help, take it slow, and know that my thoughts were super, super important. So anytime a thought entered my mind, you can't do this, I would change it immediately with, yes, I can. So I finished and got my bachelor's degree, and then started teaching. Then years later, I thought, I'm gonna see about getting a master's degree. Which, good news, a master's degree is a lot easier, in my opinion, than a bachelor's degree. Never would I thought I would have gotten a bachelor's degree, and I enjoyed it. So then I'm working again in a school setting, and people had told me for a long time, oh, you should be a principal, you should be a principal. I was like, no, I should not be a principal. I like the curriculum, I like what I'm doing. So I made a phone call to WT and Canyon to find out about a principal certification, because my master's was in curriculum. I really enjoyed the lesson planning and working with teachers and learning about curriculum and best teaching practices. So I made a phone call. She said, we have an inaugural program at WT, the first ever doctoral program in education, and it sounds like you'd be a good candidate. And I thought, what? Who, me? Okay. Filled out the application, which was quite a rigorous process. Again, I thought, I don't even know how to fill out this application. I asked questions. I asked for help. I took small steps in the right direction. Turned into my application, thought, well, what's meant to be will be. And I was accepted into an inaugural doctoral program. I could not believe it. And I believe that those doors, though, that opened for me, one of those was to be here at Talkington with you. Because if you'd ever told me, when I had siblings that didn't even graduate from high school, that I would be a principal, I wouldn't have believed it. Yet you all inspire me every day. You still inspire me every day to continue to grow and continue to learn and to be better. Because I watch you. I watch how hard you work and you study, and it means so much to you that every day I'm excited to come here because of you. So I just want to remind you, figure out what you want. If you want something different, that's all you have to know. Maybe you don't know what it is yet. Just take a small step in the right direction. Listen to that self-talk. It's so important when others tell you you can't, or you yourself believe that you can't. You shift that thought immediately. And then again, go back to it. Take another small little step. Take it a day at a time, a week at a time, a class at a time, a semester at a time. And then celebrate your small victories, and also allow yourself to take breaks. After you put in all that hard work, give yourself a little bit of time to take a break. Maybe that's reading a book. Maybe it's taking a nap. I know all of you probably need a nap. You work so hard. And go ahead and get comfortable not knowing, and be comfortable at times that you're not going to have all of the answers, and get comfortable with, okay, this feels scary and I don't know how I'm going to do it. It's okay. In fact, most of the time, if you're scared, it means it's important, and it means it's a really great thing that you're going to do. Sometimes you got to take a breath. Just take it one step at a time, and you can do it too. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Longoria, for sharing your story with Lady Warriors and letting our team spread your message across Lubbock ISD. And thank you for tuning in to Lubbock ISD 360. These are only a few ways Lubbock ISD students are preparing for the future, but unfortunately, we're out of time for today's show. If you want to learn more about Lubbock ISD and see more great stories like the ones you saw today, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Lubbock_ISD. Lubbock ISD TV is also on Facebook, X, and Threads at Lubbock ISD TV. We post great content every day, so we would love it if you would like, heart, follow, share, and subscribe. This has been your 360-degree view with Lubbock ISD. We'll see you next time.
This has been a production of the students and staff at Lubbock ISD TV.
Hey guys, Chef Gooch here. Got some quick kitchen tips for you. My students just got into the kitchen and we've been talking about knife safety, how to use a knife, and I wanted to show you guys some really fun stuff, clarify about sharpening and honing a knife. So I've got the anatomy of a knife right behind me. We all know the handle and the blade. The back part of the blade is the spine and the front is the cutting edge. We like to divide into about 3 parts. Right here you've got the heel, and the front is of course the tip, and in the middle we've got the belly. Depending on what kind of cutting technique you're using, you use different parts. If you were to be cutting up a bunch of herbs really finely and you're rocking your blade back and forth, you know, you want to make sure you're using the heel. If you're cutting up some fruit or something really fine, maybe you're using the tip. All right, so one thing I teach all my students is the pinch grip. So make an L with your dominant hand, and this is called the bolster. We're just gonna pinch it right there and then wrap your other fingers around until it's nice and comfortable like this. And so the spine is gonna rest kind of right here. You don't have to worry too much about it causing a blister or being painful unless you work in the kitchen and you're dicing 50 pounds of onions that day. Now, the big part of using a knife is some people think that they need to be sharpened all the time, and that's just not true. All right, so if we were to look at the cutting edge of the knife from this direction and under a microscope, it actually doesn't look just like this. That's what we want it to look like, but very frequently it's kind of off to one side or the other. And so you might try to cut into a nice tomato and your knife is just kind of crushing it. And that could be that your knife needs to be honed. So honing realigns or straightens the edge of your knife without removing any metal, whereas sharpening is going to create a new sharp edge by removing the metal. So if you just need to hone your knife, I always start off, I hone first, and then if it still won't cut the way I want, then we need to sharpen it. But my really nice knives like this, I only have to sharpen them once every few weeks. Maybe once a month, and sometimes even less than that. So let me show you how to hone really quick. So first you got to get you a nice honing rod. You can get these pretty much everywhere. And then you want a cutting board. If your blade of your knife, the cutting edge touches something harder than the knife, like your table, a metal table, your countertop, that's when it is going to dull and you're going to have to sharpen. So just in case we miss, we want a cutting board down below. And don't think that you can come in here like you're some professional and go like this. That's what I tell all my kids. Let's get accurate first, and then we'll get fast. So I like to start off straight up and down in my non-dominant hand. When we take our knife, we're looking for about a 15 to 20 degree angle. Sometimes the guard on your honing rod can help you out. And then you don't have to apply very much pressure, about 1 pound of pressure. And it's not just a pull. We're actually pushing the blade along the edge. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to keep this angle the whole time, and then we go to the other side. You really only have to do about 4 to 6 strokes. And there we go, that was 8. And so what you're going to do after that, go back, try to cut something, and if your knife just still isn't gliding through as easily as it should, now we need to sharpen. So that's honing, and again, it just kind of realigns. I said 4 to 6 strokes. You could do it 100 times, and it's not going to change anything after that, 4 to 6 per side. So test it out after 4 to 6, and then we can sharpen. So this is a little belt sanding sharpener that I've got right here. Lots of options for sanding. You don't have to go out and get one of those fancy stones that you have to sit. Those take just a lot more technique. This one's pretty simple. Some have like a grinding wheel. Those are going to take off more metal. You don't want that if you have a nicer, more expensive knife. This one's pretty simple. You just turn it on the high speed, do a couple of strokes, follow the guide. For this one, we do about 1 second per inch of the blade. So we start on the high speed, And then we're gonna repeat and do it on the lower speed. Same thing, 4 to 6 strokes per side, both speeds. So this is about a 7 to 8 inch blade. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm a little fast, that's okay. It's not an exact science. All right, and then we're gonna go to the lower speed, and again, 4 to 6 strokes per side. Same speed, 1 second per inch of the blade. And just hold it against your guide. I lost count. Okay, that does remove a little bit of metal. There might be a little bit of dust, not quite shavings. And then you do need to hone your knife again. So once you've got it down and you're a little faster, and then now you're ready to go and cut. All right, I hope you guys enjoyed some little kitchen tips about knives and that you can take this information into your own kitchen.
Welcome to Highlights. I'm Phyllis Underwood, filling in for Aaron Gregg. As always, we're joined by our production team of Lubbock ISD TV students. Stewart Elementary is starting their second semester of Rocket Club. It's an awesome partnership that's giving students hands-on learning opportunities after school. We spoke with students and the organizers as they hosted their first launch party.
So today we had our family gathering for a launch party after the kids built their rockets these last few weeks. And so today we met and we got to let the parents watch their kids' success and see their rockets go up and recover them.
We were launching rockets so our parents could see what we were doing in Rocket Club.
That's cool. So what is Rocket Club?
It's where we learn about aerospace and rockets.
Dakota, what do you learn in Rocket Club?
I learned that but while you're in space, it makes your muscles weaker.
It started last year. We piloted it with just a little 3 or 4 week rocket club, and we built some rockets and shot them off. Woohoo! And then a chance happened with STEM Corps at Texas Tech. They said, well, we can fund that for a full year. And so it kind of developed organically as a partnership between Stewart Elementary, my department, because I do this as engaged scholarship through Texas Tech, trying to put STEM out in the classes, develop interest, and then through STEM Corps. We did a pilot out at Guadalupe Parkway Center during the summer, another kind of seeing what works and what doesn't. And so this year we launched it for a full year. So they'll end up building 2 rockets throughout the rocket camp for this school year.
So have you had a lot of fun in Rocket Club?
Definitely.
What's been your favorite part?
Launching the rockets.
What's been your favorite part?
Launching the rockets.
Mine is the kids, obviously. Working with them, I just love, seeing their little faces light up when one goes up. I've been doing rockets myself since I was a kid. Woohoo! Got my grandkids involved, and so getting to have other kids experience the hobby in an area where high wind kind of limits the number of people that get into this hobby, it's just fun to see.
What does it feel like when you flip that switch and your rocket goes off?
It's like cool and like amazing. It's super fun, and we get to learn about a bunch of rockets.
The other part I like about it is the partnerships and the community connections that you make. Enough can't be said about, being engaged with Texas Tech and Lubbock ISD and the teachers. I get support from all the teachers. They're all excited to have their kids get picked to be in it. And so it's just a great community to be a part of.
Amy Baker is with us in the studio today. Amy is our Executive Director of Career and Technical Education. And today we're looking ahead at the CTE month. What is CTE, Amy?
Thanks, Phyllis. Good morning.
Morning.
CTE stands for Career and Technical Education. And really, it's a broad umbrella that helps describe how we engage students in career planning and career training. So how we can help middle schools think about their future and how we can help our high school students really train and get the job they're looking for.
Well, I tell you, the ATC, Byron Martin Technology Center, has been around for many years, and CTE as well. But the question that you asked me earlier I thought was interesting. So repeat that. When you ask elementary students to name.
So one thing about career and technical education is that it's a really kindergarten through 12th grade approach. So at the elementary school level, it's all about career identification and career awareness. And research actually tells us that if we ask elementary students to identify careers, typically they can only name between 8 and 10 careers. Police officer, doctor, teacher, firefighter, and the things that maybe their parents or grandparents do. So that's a really important part of career education, is helping our students know what exists and what's out there, because you don't know what you don't know.
That's right. So what is available? So February, the whole month, is designated toward career and technical education. So where do you begin? What's happening in February?
So February CTE month, that basically is a public awareness campaign on the national level to help our community, our parents, and our families celebrate the accomplishments of our students in career and technical education. We have the Byron Martin Advanced Technology Center, our new AgriSTEM Center. We've been bringing 8th grade Lubbock ISD students through those facilities so they can see what is available and out there. But really, that's only 33% of CTE in Lubbock ISD.
Is that right?
There are opportunities at every campus, every middle school, every high school, and we want to celebrate big. So some of the things that we're doing for CTE month is looking at our alumni. Who has graduated from our programs? Where are they today? What do their successes look like? And we're celebrating our current students. We're celebrating their certifications that they're earning, their job training skills, their internships, and everything that our students are engaged in to be employable and career ready.
Fantastic. And that's a key thing, because our local economy and our local businesses are looking for these students to get out of school, and oftentimes are already certified and ready to roll and make good salaries. And can you give us some examples of that?
Sure. Really, the key word here is pipeline. We want to build a pipeline from a high school experience into the workforce. So whether that means that our students are going to a 4-year institution and getting a traditional bachelor's degree or master's degree, or they're pursuing vocational training, or they're going right from Lubbock ISD into full-time employment. We see that a lot in our welding programs, our automotive programs. We see that in culinary. One important strategic measure we have here in Lubbock is working with our health science partners, working with our local hospitals and community partners to make sure that our students have the certifications that they need, that when they walk out the door, they can get a job as a CNA or a patient care technician or a phlebotomist or an EKG technician. The possibilities are endless.
I mean, you're so great about listing all those areas, because again, you don't know what you don't know.
One cool thing, even outside of healthcare, is that we're seeing a high interest in drone technicians and drone repairs. So we are working as Lubbock ISD to help our students gain those skills so that we can have drone pilots all across the country, whether it's in real estate or agriculture or business, and we're just looking to the future to build that pipeline.
They're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Amy, it's so great to have you in the studio. You're so enthusiastic about what you do, and I know that that flows over to our students. So thank you so much for what you're doing, and we'll look forward to the CTE month of February.
Thank you.
It's around the corner.
It's right here.
So, now let's go on location with 5th graders from Overton Elementary as they come here to our Byron Martin Technology Center.
We are giving tours to students, younger students around the ATC, to give them kind of an idea of what the building is and what the campus does.
We learned about the cars and nursing and cooking and all the fun stuff.
What'd you learn today?
I learned that I learned plumbing, construction, and I guess nursing too.
We feel like we have so much to offer here and at the AgriSTEM with all of our career and technical education courses. We want our kids to know there's something they're working towards in middle school, and a lot of them find something, and we'll see them in 4 or 5 years ready to take on like welding or culinary.
What has been maybe one of the more unique questions that these 5th graders have asked you today?
They had a lot of questions about like money and stuff. Like, I didn't really think that they would care about that, but they did actually care about money a lot.
What was the most exciting thing to learn about?
I think it was like the nursing or the cars.
And why was that the most exciting for you?
Because the cars, like, they showed the pieces, and the nursing, like, there was like fake people there.
What was most exciting for you?
The cars.
Why was that most exciting?
Because I just like the way it looked, and I think I can be really good at fixing cars and stuff.
Why do y'all feel it is important to bring our 5th graders over to the ATC?
It's never too early to start thinking about your career, and so when they have an idea of what this place has to offer them and what the world has to offer them, they're going to be more efficient in navigating the world.
It can help them in the pathways of the classes they choose in middle school. Also in some of their core classes, it can help give them like the motivation to get through it. You know, if you want to be doing this stuff, do well in your English. It makes everything make more sense and flow better for them.
Do you think you'll want to come to the ATC when you're in high school?
Yes, sir.
Definitely.
Do you want to study cars?
Yeah.
What do you want to study?
Nursing.
What's the favorite part for you, both of you, about being an ambassador and getting to give these tours?
Seeing because these are future generations, so just seeing how they're navigating, growing up and what they want for their future is very different and unique.
I don't know, I like telling them about like how they could possibly live their lives, and I like hearing how they think the future will be like for them, because I don't know, they have very strong imaginations.
5th graders from each of our elementary schools are scheduled to tour the ATC in the coming weeks. Still to come, we'll join the team from Mrs. Baird's to recognize one of our Teachers on the Rise. You're watching highlights on Lubbock ISD TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Highlights. Mrs. Baird's continues to recognize the teachers with Teacher on the Rise program. For this giveaway, students nominate their teachers, and we got to join and surprise at Miller Elementary. Let's watch.
Are you ready? Okay.
We've been collecting nominations ever since the first day of school. So far this year, and we're in December, we have collected over 1,200 nominations from students and families and parents of teachers. This is a program that allows them to tell us why their teachers deserve special recognition or go above and beyond the call of duty. And the teachers love it because the kids would never go to the teacher and tell them how they feel about them, but they will tell us through this program. So when we can go and surprise teachers and read a nomination that was written by their students, it just means even that much more to that teacher that they are having an impact on our students.
We are so delighted that you are our November Teachers on the Rise winner for elementary, so congratulations.
It's a challenge to pick our winners every month, but we send out all of our nominations to our sponsors. So Mrs. Baird's, United Supermarkets, Atmos Energy, all participate in helping us choose our winners every month. But it is always fun to read those nominations because these kids and these parents will really pour their hearts out on these nominations.
Yeah. So each month we recognize 3 teachers in elementary, a middle school, and a high school winner. And United Supermarkets provides a $100 gift card for each winner of the month.
And we honor the teachers, and then we also give the students a gift certificate as well. So.
Okay, and that piece comes from Mrs. Baird.
That is correct, yes. Yeah. It makes the week every time we do this because we do it, 3 teachers once a month for 9 months. I guess we've been doing this for going on 13, 14 years now. So it's really an honor to do that for the teachers.
We love giving back to the community, especially to these teachers who do so much for us and for our kids.
It's fun to read what the students say. In fact, at our year-end banquet, we have a section in that we list as funny things kids say about their teachers, because they may not be a winning nomination, but we do get a lot of funny things that sometimes we receive in these nominations.
It's true.
We always love getting LISD nominations. In fact, we have received hundreds of them so far, but we know that we can receive even that many more. So if you have a teacher you'd like to nominate, just go to our website, mrsbteacher.com. Think Mrs. Baird's, mrsbteacher.com. It'll take you right to the landing page. Select the Lubbock South Plains area. When you go to that landing page, enter your nomination, and then that comes to us every single month. And we'll be doing this all the way until May.
Thank you again to Mrs. Baird's. And all of the winners are invited to a celebration at the end of the year where they can also win some more great prizes. So it's just a wonderful program. And again, our students nominate the teachers. Coming up on the calendar, our Board of Trustees meets on Thursday, January 23rd. The meeting starts at 7 a.m. and takes place in our boardroom at Central Office. You can also watch the meeting live here on Lubbock ISD TV or streaming on our YouTube channel. And looking ahead, our first progress reports for the second semester of school will be sent home on Thursday, January 30th. You can see all this information and more on our Lubbock ISD app. It has a lot of updated features to help you keep connected with the district and your students' campus. Our app is free and easy to download. Just search for Lubbock ISD in the App Store or Google Play. Thank you for joining us today. We'll be back next week to highlight more great opportunities only in Lubbock ISD.
This has been a production of the students and staff at Lubbock ISD TV.
Hello and welcome to The Late Shift, where we shine a spotlight on all things CTE and Lubbock ISD. I'm your host, Jack Spalding, a second-year audiovisual production student at Lubbock ISD TV. We've got a bit of a different show for you today. Rather than diving into a specific program of study, this time around, we're covering Skills USA. To kick off the show, join Lubbock High junior Grant McCall as he interviews students at the Washington Leadership Training Institute.
The Washington Leadership Institute is an annual event hosted by the Skills USA National Organization in Washington, D.C. At this event, district and state officers from all over the nation come together to learn about Skills USA, the framework, and ultimately, by the end of the week, advocate for CTE on a national level. They meet with representatives and senators from all over the nation to explain why CTE is so important and advocate for CTE funding through the Perkins Act. It's an exceptional experience for many officers, and you're able to see the beautiful city of Washington, D.C.
As we walk through the Texas Gate here at beautiful Mount Vernon, we're going to be asking Skills USA Texas district and state officers what they think about the program and how it's benefited them. So, let's get into it.
WLTI is Washington Leadership Training Institution, and it's a way for people from all across the country to develop their professional skills even more.
Skills USA has benefited me because I was able to gain a full ride scholarship to my dream school. I competed my sophomore year in restaurant services, and I was able to place first at the national level, and this gave me a full ride scholarship to my dream school. And not only that, I was able to gain lots of leadership skills running for district and state office and being able to go through these officer positions and being a representative for the organization at the state level.
So I've been competing in Skills USA since my freshman year, and I've competed in a variety of engineering competitions. And this allowed me to complete a variety of engineering projects, which when applying for internships, specifically my NASA internship, I was able to talk about not only the engineering projects that I completed through Skills USA, but also the leadership skills that I gained through being an officer through Skills USA. And that really helped me not only in getting my technical skills across, but also during my interview with my soft skills. He was very impressed with the way I spoke and the way I carried myself. So I think Skills USA was the main reason why I was able to get an internship at NASA this summer as a junior.
So within my career pathway, I typically don't compete in any competitions related to computer science, but this year I think I'm going to compete in computer programming. Skills USA has prepared me for a career in comp sci by giving me the necessary teamwork and communication skills to work with a team and develop apps effectively. This happens through leadership conferences and competitions.
So attending these leadership conferences has endowed me with the skills I need to thrive as a leader. Engineering isn't just about your technical skills, it's about your personal skills and how you relate and interact with others. By attending these leadership conferences, I have learned to work in a team and learned to work alongside and inspire others.
I think the biggest thing I've learned is how to work with a team and how to work with different types of people. And that's especially I think that's important to be like a leader and also to learn how to inspire people and encourage them to follow your goal, especially as a leader when you're all working together towards a common goal.
Honestly, my favorite part about being a state officer for Skills USA Texas is definitely the networking. I've been able to meet with so many people from a variety of districts, states, and even countries through Skills USA. And it's just such an opportunity to be able to meet people who have different viewpoints on the world, who have different experiences. And being able to take those lessons back to my chapter, back to my district, and back to my state, it's been such a valuable experience.
So that was mine and my fellow officers' experience at the Washington Leadership Training Institute. Thank you to Skills USA, and thank you to the Byron Martin ATC for sending us out there.
We are Skills USA Texas!
Great stuff, Grant, but now it's my turn to ask these questions. Joining us in the studio today is Grant McCall.
Hey Jackson, great to be here today.
So Grant, I want to specifically talk to you about fall leadership and Skills USA. Can you give us a bit of a brief overview of what that's like and for our viewers at home?
Yeah, of course. So Fall Leadership is our annual district event. So essentially what it is we take all the members from our Skills USA district in Texas, that's District 3, which covers from down to right about Abilene and all the way up throughout the Panhandle. So it's a big district to cover, but we do have a lot of participation in our Fall Leadership event. We train regular Skills USA members with the skills that they need for leadership roles in the actual career field. Things like working on their resume or learning communication skills, or what specifically I taught was a session on multicultural diversity and awareness in the work field. So there's just a lot of different things that they get trained about on how they can succeed in the workforce and actually excel in the workforce rather than just participating. And yeah, so it's a great event every year. I love to have it.
Going more in depth, so what is your part with Fall Leadership?
Great question. So I'm our Skills USA Texas District 3 president. And so what that means is I'm kind of in charge of the whole planning ordeal. I have to do the planning ahead of time, formulate the schedule, get in touch with the school. So this year we held it at Amtech Career Academy. Shout out to them for allowing us to host it there. It was a great venue. So I have to get in contact with the school, organize the schedule around their busy schedule there at school, kind of plan our catering. So luckily their culinary department actually catered the event for us. And then just figure out what rooms we're going to use, where we're going to use them, how we're going to use them type of deal. And then of course I had to teach my session. So each district officer teaches a session about some different aspect of the workforce or some different aspect of the Skills USA framework. So like I said earlier, mine was on multicultural diversity and awareness in the work field. So we kind of talked about how, in the work field, you're gonna encounter a lot of different people. And so how do we navigate that, even though they might not be from our culture and they might not believe the same thing? How do we work with them and how do we appreciate their culture while still sticking to our own beliefs?
So, some more about Fall Leadership. In what ways is Fall Leadership beneficial to all students, both those who attend and who don't?
Fall Leadership is a great opportunity for students, especially who attend, but those who don't as well. So specifically when we go into those who attend it, it's an awesome experience to learn more about how you can operate in the workforce today. So Skills USA works with their industry leaders, is what they're called. And so essentially they work with industry partners to formulate their framework around what an actual career in the workforce would look like and what skills they specifically want. So what we do at Fall Leadership is pass that framework on to the students. We teach them about all the different essential elements that make up the framework, which are things like multicultural diversity and awareness, communication, teamwork, leadership, and there's a bunch more. But specifically the benefit to them is they learn the skills that they're gonna need to excel in the workforce. Because you can participate in the workforce without these skills, but if you truly wanna excel and get up to a higher level within the career fields today, you need these soft skills that might not be as tangible that you'll gain in the classroom. Right? And so that's the astounding benefit to those who attend. Those who don't attend still garner benefits though, because we're able to record these sessions. And so we recorded a few sessions, got some pictures out there. Additionally, the framework is posted online. And so even though we might not have, be able to give them the full session experience, they are able to, kind of get some awareness from people who do attend. Peers who did go and attend at Fall Leadership might come back to the classroom and say, hey, I learned a lot about the Skills USA framework today. You might go and Google it. And that way they kind of get the awareness, even though they weren't directly hands-on learning about it, they were able to do some self-studying about it. And we hope that everyone may attend someday, but we understand that some people can't just based on budgetary issues and things like that. So at least for, hopefully those peers who did attend, bring those lessons back and help those who weren't unable to.
Now, Grant, what do you hope those students who were able to attend the Fall Leadership, what do you think that they learned?
Like I was saying, those soft skills you need, in the workforce today, it's not necessarily as difficult to get a job, right? We have a labor shortage in the United States, and that's the whole purpose of Skills USA. They call it the skills gap. Basically, we close that gap with the skilled workers and what industry professionals are actually looking for. So working to close that gap means learning those soft skills. For example, take the welding department. They learn a lot of great things here at the Byron Martin ATC, but they don't learn those soft skills. They don't have time. They're learning so much with the welding that the thing that Skills USA Falls Leadership and basically just what Skills USA provides them are those soft skills that they might need in an interview for a welding job, or the soft skills that they're going to need to, like I said, I keep saying, coming back to it, excelling in the workforce. Maybe working their way up the totem pole will be a lot easier if you have these soft skills and you learn them ahead of time rather than having the job and having to learn them while you're learning the job. So those are the things that they are largely benefit from as a part of the Skills USA Fall Leadership and just Skills USA experience in general. You gain those soft skills through the framework, and honestly, there's nothing like it else in the high school workforce today. It really pushes you to be a better student, but also a better worker.
Well, Grant, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. We really appreciate it. In our next story, we look back on our Skills USA Nationals competition this past year.
Whenever we talk about CTSOs, or Career and Technical Student Organizations, you have FFA, which most people have heard of because if you ever did ag or any type of agriculture class, you were most likely an FFA. So that's the top CTSO. Number 2 is Skills USA. There's over 400,000 members across the nation in Skills USA. They have every industry involved that can offer students scholarships or job opportunities right outside of high school. But it's a leadership organization ran by students for students. It basically grows the student or the contestant or whoever to be a leader and to become a person that is a productive member of society. So we had 3 students, 2 different competitions, advanced to nationals. So we had a team in video game design that went to nationals, and then we also had a student, Grant McCall. He went in extemporaneous speaking. Whenever you go to nationals, it's a full packed, you're there for 4 or 5 days, and it is absolutely packed full of great stuff for all the students to do. Not just competitions. It's like you walk into the exhibit hall and you literally have vendors from all these different industries that we deal with, and around the vendors there's a there's competitions going on around them, and the competitions are specific to what those vendors are. So like if you're doing an IT contest, around you is IT vendors. If you're doing an AV production contest, around you is AV production vendors. It's really a cool experience. And we actually had our video game design students, they ended up actually winning this year in the nationals. So they were national champions in video game design, which was super awesome. The contests are part of it, but the biggest thing with Skills USA is the leadership development and growing the student to be a productive person. And watching those kids go from being, you know, just high school kids, immature, whatever, by the time they graduate, to becoming, you know, really mature and strong leaders within themselves and doing things they never thought they could do is amazing.
We're nearing the end of our show, but don't go yet. We still have a few updates to share with you.
Here are your latest updates and events happening around our district. First up, we're excited to kick off the new year with 3 Lunch and Learn dates scheduled for January. These events give students hands-on experiences with industry partners. This month's topics include computer programming and health science, great opportunities for learning and growth. In other news, CTSO competitions are in full swing. Students are preparing for exciting opportunities with DECA, FCCLA, and HOSA. Don't forget, DECA's district competition is happening on Thursday, January 16th. Best of luck to everyone who's competing. Well, we're also gearing up for our first annual IT Job Shadow Day. This special event gives seniors the chance to visit local businesses and shadow IT professionals to see what it's like to work in the tech field. If your business would like to host one of our amazing students, please let us know. And looking ahead to February 6th, we're thrilled to announce the Healthcare Symposium Day, sponsored by Dr. Iapolo. This full-day event will feature exciting presentations and activities focused on careers in the healthcare industry. It's a fantastic opportunity for students and families to explore the many possibilities in healthcare. That's all the CTE updates I have for you this time. Back to you, Jack.
If you want even more CTE content, be sure to check out our CTE podcast on Spotify, hosted by Brandon Grace and Randall Hust. New episodes drop every week. And that's about wraps up our show. As always, thank you for watching and stay tuned for more episodes of our CTE Spotlight show every 2 weeks to stay up to date with all things CTE and Lubbock ISD. I've been your host, Jack, and this has been The Late Shift. See you next time.
This has been a production of the students and staff at Lubbock ISD.
Welcome to That's What I Call TV. I'm Zoe Summerford. And I'm Journey Perez. Thank you for joining us. If you're new here, That's What I Call TV is where LASD TV audiovisual production 1 students have the opportunity to showcase what they are learning and producing while creating different style television shows.
In audiovisual productions, we learn how to operate cameras, record compelling videos, edit different styles of video, and work in a real television studio. Today we are showcasing all of our hard work you did not get to see last year.
To start off the semester, we learned about the production process. As a class, we brainstormed ideas for a chase scene. Miss Couch recorded and edited the video with our input. It was our first look at Adobe Premiere Pro.
Let's take a look back at our very first film, The Phone Chase.
Wow, I remember how fun that was to film.
Especially those running scenes.
As we learned more about film, we took part in Student Television Network's Horror Fest. Aiden and Grace produced a chilling short film about technology. Take a look at Thank You, Sammy.
Your essay for chemistry is complete.
Thank you, Sammy.
You are welcome.
Another STN horror film made by Cyrus, Avery, and Melody shows more of the dangers of technology.
Hey, did you study for that algebra quiz we have on Friday?
Nah, I forgot.
Did you hear about that code going around though?
Nah, what code?
People are saying that like if you put it into your browser or something, your computer will get hacked.
That sounds kind of skeptical. I'm not gonna lie. You should low-key test it out.
Oh yeah, I'm typing it in right now. Nothing happened.
Great job, guys. I will never look or use technology the same after making our horror films.
Me either. Our last short film is called The Incident. Students had to create a flashback scene that used the broken pencil. Here's an incident.
Okay, what happened?
I swear it was an accident.
This is what I heard happened.
You have no proof.
Joke's on you. We have it on camera.
Take her away.
I didn't do
behind your back.
anything. Why am I being arrested? This is a school.
That was some great acting skills.
That was a really good job, guys. One way we have been creative is by producing commercials and public service announcements. Let's take a journey back at our first group projects.
What? 71.6% of American adults are overweight. I don't want to be overweight.
America is the fattest country there is, and I don't want to be a part of that.
And you don't have to.
How?
By exercising.
But I hate going to the gym.
There's so many fun ways that you could exercise without going to the gym, though. You could play sports like basketball, tennis, and for people who are elderly and can't do all that, you can do yoga, swimming. So, if you want to get that 71.6% down to 0%, get up, get out, and exercise.
Hey, are you okay?
No.
What's wrong?
I'm tired right now.
What can I do to help?
I don't know.
Do you want to maybe try some stretches?
Sure.
I have another idea. Maybe we should just try running again.
All right.
Okay, let's go.
Here, try this. All right. It really worked.
I told you it would.
Now I have like so much energy.
Oh my God. Sam, wait for me!
You have just witnessed a victim of dehydration. But seriously, dehydration is no joke. Studies have shown that over 75% of Americans are dehydrated. Some of the side effects of dehydration include dizziness, headaches, brain damage, and in serious cases, death. So please, not just for your sake, but for the sake of your loved ones, drink some water.
We hope you have enjoyed the show so far. I know I have.
It has been fun looking back at all we have accomplished so far. We will be right back.
Welcome to That's What I Call TV. I'm Ian Jeffries.
And I'm Yvette Phillips. Thank you for joining us.
The production process is one of the first things you need to understand when starting to make any type of video. Ms. Couch gave us the task of making a chase scene as a class. Our pre-production phase was a discussion deciding why and where the chase was happening.
The production and post-production phases were led by Ms. Couch, as she taught us what to look out for when shooting a video and basic steps to editing videos. Let's take a look back at our very first film. Here's Chip War.
Wow, what was the most challenging part of filming Chip War?
Probably like having to drop the bag in the same spot.
Yeah, no.
That was so hard. What was your favorite part about filming Chip War?
My favorite part about filming Chip War? Well, it was our first film together, and so I think being able to, like, you know, the first time to collaborate with each other was a whole ton of fun. I'm glad we got to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Our first project where we got our hands on a camera was a goose chase. We were given a list of items to find around the TV station and given a GoPro to film the journey.
This was so much fun. Let's take a look at a recap.
I think we're supposed to be recording. No.
So right.
For a weather segment, we'd be like, oh, look at the clouds, look at the sky.
Oh really? I look so pretty. Like you'll read the words.
Handle, and this goes down, and this can go up.
And zoom in. And then this is like the zoom in. This is where you move the
Dress professionally and modest.
Okay,
then.
That was so long ago, Ian. Do you remember what the hardest item to find was?
Yeah, I do. It was the sadness plushie, because on the sheet, Mrs. Couch put depression, not sadness. And so we walked around the entire TV station looking for depression. Like, I swear, Evie asked like 3 people if they were depressed because we didn't know what we were looking for. Anyways, shortly after the goose chase, we were tasked with learning how DSLR cameras work and started making commercials.
Let's take a look.
Gatorade. It's healthy.
Oh, what is that?
And don't forget to buy the Spawning football at your local supermarket.
Man, Annie, you're really good at tennis.
Yeah, I know.
I hope to be as good as you someday.
It's gonna take a lot of practice.
Yeah, maybe.
Bolt Boost is an all-natural 8-hour energy drink that uses real berries and fruits to flavor your drink and keep you healthy. Why do we do this? Because here at Bolt Boost, we actually care.
Ian, what was your favorite part of filming the commercials?
My favorite part about filming the commercials was the amount of creative freedom we were given. I really enjoyed the fact that we were able to she would give us a topic, but we were able just to be creative and make basically whatever we wanted, just as long as it was a part of the guidelines. What did you find most challenging about filming?
In the Gatorade commercial, playing dead, because I kept trying hard not to laugh, but.
Yep, no, we know. I know. Thank you so much for tuning in to That's What I Call TV. We're working on new content for the show.
Stay tuned for more videos you missed last year.
Welcome to That's What I Call TV. I'm Brandon Flores.
And I'm Isaiah Trevino. Thank you for joining us.
If you haven't heard by now, the production process is the steps you have to take to create any video. When we discussed our chase scene, we did not realize how much work goes into the entire filmmaking process.
It takes a lot of time and preparation from coming up with the ideas to filming the right shots to the editing, picking music and sound effects. Here's our first ever film, Studio Z.
That was a fun project. I don't know how Evra never got zombified.
I guess he had a good apocalypse plan. Hide behind the planet.
So Isaiah, what was your favorite part about Studio Z?
Definitely the ending.
You like the ending?
Yeah, the ending a lot. What about yours?
My favorite is when we all three came up from the couch like Scooby-Doo. That was pretty fun. Little did we know that our scary horror video ideas were just getting started. We have participated in the Student Television Network Horror Fest and Challenge. During the challenge, Woodrow, Samari, Carlos, and Caden made a silent film that should make you aware of all your surroundings no matter what.
TV is not the same without commercials. We make some commercials for products that will help you on the field and court, and if you find yourself in a situation like our previous films.
Dang it! What are y'all doing? Time out. What are you doing? You haven't caught a single ball yet. Here, I guess. Try this. So go.
That makes me thirsty.
Me too.
We're going to take a break.
Stick around for our final chasing, more short films, and as we take a look at one of Lubbock's most famous figures. Welcome to That's What I Call TV. I'm Devontae.
And I'm Emily. Thank you for joining us while we take a look at all the projects you missed.
Emily, what would you do if you went to go get lunch and you noticed your wallet was missing?
I don't know. Probably retrace my steps.
Honestly, if I knew who took it, I'd end up chasing the person down until I got it back.
Our class film was exactly that. Here's for you to enjoy The Wallet Thief.
Hey, I think that guy stole your wallet.
Wait, really?
Wow, what a good film to just get a good learning experience out of.
He must have been hungry because to go that far to get just some food? Me personally, I get Chick-fil-A.
I know, but one of Lubbock's most famous figures is Buddy Holly. Emily takes us on a journey to find more about him and his untimely fate.
Lubbock, Texas was home to one of history's most famous rock and roll artists, Buddy Holly. He was a really influential music artist of his time. Songs like Oh Boy and That'll Be the Day were really popular.
Buddy Holly was an early rock and roll artist who made a big impact in a short time. He came from Texas, he started young, and he managed to create some hits that still get played even to this day. One of the things he was known for was his unique look with his glasses. And so that's one of the reasons I'm wearing glasses. And writing his own songs, which wasn't very common back then.
Unfortunately, on February 3rd, 1959, Buddy Holly's plane crashed and he died. His death was unexpected and sad, and he was on his way to being one of the greatest rock and roll artists of his time.
I like the fact that he didn't try to do anything flashy, that he kept it simple, and I respect the fact that he made music that was accessible and it was relatable and not needing a big production. I think he would have kept making hits. I think he would have helped other artists. I think he had a unique style. So I think he would have kept experimenting with his sound and maybe branched out into other parts of music. But one of the things he was known and important and a big name in rock and roll, especially amongst people who wanted to make music their own way. So I think he would have empowered artists just to continue doing their own thing, to be their own individuals, and to make music in their own way.
Jennings didn't actually predict that the plane crashed, but what if he made it haunted? Music and sound effects help create the emotion and stories we tell. Here's a silent film by Devontae, Caleb, and Danny that proves it.
Great job, guys. Somehow horror and suspense became a shining light in our projects.
Our last short film has Steven getting to the final level.
What a victory, guys.
All right, who's ready for the next one?
I need to get some water. I'll be right back.
Are y'all on? Sam? Jamie? Mateo? Annie?
Oh, wow, it's not joking.
Yes, I won!
Don't worry, Steven's all right. This is just another reminder to make sure that you're safe on the internet.
Creating commercials has had us getting out and getting active. Hopefully they motivate you to get active too.
Are you feeling down? Do you wish you had something fun to do? Well, try out a hula hoop. Why though, you may be wondering? Hula hooping can increase your heart rate, strengthen your core muscles, increase your balance, and improves digestion. You don't even have to know how to hula hoop in order to have fun with it. Just look how happy these users are. That's not all, you can also buy one at a very low price. So grab a hula hoop today and start having fun.
You often wake up feeling drowsy, upset, or downright sick in the morning. Is getting out of bed near impossible for you? Hello, I'm Devontae, and I want to inform you about the dangers of unhealthy eating. Unhealthy eating can have grim side effects on your body, including insomnia, obesity, depression, and in the worst case scenarios, can even lead to death. So please, try to eat at least 3 balanced meals a day filled with protein, dairy, fiber, and fats. If you have enjoyed our show and want to find more content about LISD, make sure to follow us at Lubbock LISD TV on Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. And subscribe to our YouTube channel, Lubbock_ISD. There you will find content showcasing all of the awesome events and activities happening within the Lubbock Independent School District.
Thanks for watching That's What I Call TV. We've had an awesome time creating videos and can't wait to see you for what we have next. See you next time.
This has been a production of the students and staff at Lubbock ISD TV.
STEM is everywhere, like here, behind the scenes of The Walking Dead. STEM can create new worlds on and off the screen. The only limit is your imagination. Get inspired at shecanstem.com.
What up, y'all, and welcome to Teen Wave TV.
Hello, hello.
I'm Aubrey Noble.
In this series, today we are taking a look back at some of our past projects.
Plus, we're sharing some of our future goals. To share these topics, we were given a choice to do a story about ourselves or a fellow classmate. So, to get things started, we start with Hannah Gilchrist sharing Dilly Trevino's work and goals.
Because I'm the movie guy. I'm the one who makes movies. Be comfortable in my own skin is my New Year's resolution. My favorite project this year is probably the puppets. John Marvel's puppet show. What we started off doing with like the little Misconduct and Taylor and Donovan Hilario. It was actually a lot of fun, just making the puppets and just filming it and being able to improvise. Even though I've had like tons of bigger projects, that one was my favorite this year. Getting stuff done was always a really hard thing for me to do, especially when it came to a deadline. I've been pushing it this year with the deadlines, but I've been making them, so I'd say that's a plus for me. And I've definitely gotten more like efficient when it comes to editing. If the film isn't good, my editing makes up for it, is what I'm trying to say. So I guess my ideas have also gotten better. I think it's just the place where I'm at. It kind of fuels the fire. I just want to get stuff done. And I guess poop out more movies, you know, and get a job. That's the big one, is to get a job. But my New Year's resolution is to just be more, be able to find the confidence within myself, be comfortable in my own skin, is my New Year's resolution. When people want to make films, I want them to come to me for it, you know, to help them make it. You know, I want that to be, like, that's my goal. I want people to look up to me for, like, creative stuff. And for acting, I want to be a better actor, because I've been slipping a little bit, and I want to be a better, like, I want bigger range. And hopefully I make some money off of my art or something. Like, everybody I know is like, dude, you should be this, you should be that whenever it comes to art, but I'm like, no one wants to pay me, dude. Everybody that did pay me to make art for them have been people I know. So, shameless plug for my art. But just like keep making movies, keep making art, and to hopefully go somewhere with it.
That was amazing, Hannah. Now we are going with Sarah, as she is Shoka, future hopes of our co-host, Aubrey Noble.
Analog horror is, I don't even know if it's a newer thing, but it's become pretty common on YouTube. It's just like, you get the analog format, like that VHS type aesthetic, and it's like low resolution, you get those effects that have that VHS feel, and you use that eeriness to create a sort of horror aspect to it. And I really like the world building that you get to do with it, because with mine, I'm trying to make, and I've still been working on it, it's like a alien race takes over, and they're like plant related, and they try to kill all humans or whatever to end up getting plants to take over the world. And I really like getting to build a world. That's always been something that I've really liked with writing too. The Bra Elves was like really fun. I really liked getting to get closer. Not even on an acting standpoint, I just got closer with a lot of y'all, I feel like, because since last year, not a lot of us have really with it. I'm ready to do it. I'm ready to have my own little brainchild. I've always had this vision with all of my projects, and even anything that I get to touch up on, just like getting to get people into it. Like whenever I did the voiceovers for our show last year, it was really fun because I got this big opportunity to show everyone. Even if we were backstage, I got to say who was teleprompter, who was audio engineer. It was just, I really like to give people like the honor of this all that they deserve. Not a participation trophy, but just getting to put them in the light when they deserve it. I've heard how like good it is on people, like how socially good it is for all of y'all, and I'm really excited to get to see that because I feel like I'll get to meet new people that are in the AV world. We all will, and it's in Florida this year, so we get like a lot of newer experiences because I feel like anyone that's gone to SDN in the prior years, they're like, oh, it's in Long Beach. I know the same restaurants, I know the same hotels, I know the paths that we'll take around, but I mean, getting put into this newer area, I guess, will just, it'll make our social skills explode, I feel like. Just getting thrown out of the nest to get your wings fluttering, that'll be good on all of us. I came into AV and I was like, I want to just do voice, and for a while I honestly thought I wanted to do news, and maybe I'll end up doing news because we went on the fall trip and I got to see so many great opportunities, and like that broadens my horizons.
Wow, Aubrey, you know AV has expanded our horizons.
I know, Sarah got a crazy unique shot of me, and just honestly, I'm so glad that such a talented producer got to cover my story.
And speaking about Aubrey, your packet is Elements.
It is. Well, I did a soft lit story on our very own James Pennington.
All right, so why did you join AV?
The reason that I joined AV is because I wanted to do something different, and also being on a camera and working with the camera is something that I wanted to do for a while whenever I was a little kid. I'm going to use whatever I'm taking in here in this class so I can apply it to my music, and then I'm going to go on to music, and whatever comes I'll take in.
What even made you want to make music and stuff?
How therapeutic it is, and also how you can just tell your story just within lyric. The only thing that is really blocking me is just recording it, but I'm good at hearing a beat, writing to the beat, how the beat is. I've been enjoying just the people around us, I'm just enjoying the friendship that's grown. Not to sound corny, but I just wanted to be here just because I want to be here with like-minded people. Projects, I'm thinking of maybe perhaps having a few people in videos for maybe music videos, whatever.
I feel like you've also been doing a lot of on-camera stuff too. Do you like that stuff?
Yeah, I do. One time I dreaded it, but I saw that I was barely even in, last year I was barely even in any videos, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be going on LIC TV.
I thought you even asked that. Did you have a favorite project that we've done so far, or are you waiting for that?
All of them has been pretty good. I don't really think I have a favorite, but the one that stands out to me was the Bruh Elves. Yeah. That we've done together.
I think that really showed a new creative side to you, because I don't feel like you act a whole lot, but you're a good actor whenever you try to get down to it.
Yeah, I'll lock in.
Do you like to do the acting kind of stuff?
Yeah, it's like characters. I have billions of characters in my mind, so it's I'm a very schizophrenic person and very delusional. So I guess it worked.
Stepping away from AV maybe a little, what goals do you have for this year?
Getting this album that I've dreaded for so long out. I'll plan to do College Soft Plains. I'm getting in there, and I'm definitely going to be continuing this route of work.
Thank you, man.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Now it's time to learn about Hannah's favorite project and future goals. Lena and Sarah sat down to have a conversation with our favorite team player.
Cup of tea. No, a cup of tea.
What has been your favorite project this year?
Probably my Horror Fest video, just because there was
so much happening, and it was really far outside of my comfort zone. I mean, I do a lot of like news type things, like packages, just turning things really quickly. And this is something that took me a lot longer, which I haven't done something like this where I work with a lot of people and it takes a lot longer and it's more creative since I was probably a first year. So that's probably been my favorite just because it was definitely a reach for me, definitely different than what I normally do. And I think it also just turned out pretty well.
Yeah, I saw that Dilly helped film it. I didn't realize that it was such like a large production. I thought it was just like you filming it with Gary. I didn't know that it was like so many people were involved.
No, I asked Dilly to help me because I trust him to really make it look good. And then we set all the lights with my phone, with random lights from my car, from the theater lights projecting. Gary standing outside in the freezing cold while we shot stuff while I was by myself. So yeah, it was definitely a lot. It took a lot of maneuvering because when you have like limited amount of space, limited amount of equipment, and like one camera, there's like you have to be really creative in how you choose to do things.
What is one thing, like what is one goal that you have for this class, but what is also just one goal you have in general for like 2025?
A goal I have for this class is to just kind of put my best foot forward in everything I do and tackle what I can and do what I love to do. I feel like I've done so much experimenting in the past 2 years that I just want to do what I love to do, and I want to make the things that I want to make that not only make me feel happy, but what I'm best at, what shows off like my portfolio, things like that, and have that translate into competition season and just continue to do what I love. So my goal is to not take on too many things and try to do things that I'm not like in love with, because it's my final semester and I just kind of want to, I've done that, and now this final semester is kind of more for me. And then a goal for myself, I guess, would just to really lock in on scholarships and just like focus on what I can do to best prepare myself for college. I mean, I don't know where I'm going. I have like 3 solid options and it comes down to money at the end of the day. And so just locking in on what's gonna keep me focused, what's gonna keep on bettering me and not distract me from what's to come, but also what's gonna excite me for what's to come, because I don't wanna be overwhelmed. I don't want college to stress me out.
I think that's basically, I think my last question is just, would you have anything else to add?
There's truly so much from this program that you can learn, not just about how to use a camera, how to use a light, but about yourself and about life, and kind of motivate you to what's to come, even if you're not going to pursue a field in this area of film or TV or whatever. And so it just gives you kind of a direction, it gives you kind of a purpose, and it gives you a family. So I'm very grateful moving into 2025 with the family that I've had for the last 3 years.
And spinning back around, we go to James's project, Love You Bro. He spoke with our Sarah Rose about upcoming contests and what's her plans to come.
Hello, and what's your name?
I wanted to learn how to be a screenwriter and help write movies, and then I took the class and realized that I actually didn't like movies that much, but I really liked news. So I started it in 8th grade. Hannah and I were actually in the same class way back in the day. And then I just kind of kept doing it. And my freshman year, I kind of had some doubts because the class was not what I was expecting. It was a lot of Photoshop and I wanted more video. But then I made it here and it's been awesome and I love it. So, yeah.
Sounds great. What are the favorite lessons that you learned? Like stuff that sticks out to you?
I think that AV's taught me so much. I think that I've learned a lot about working well under pressure. And I also think that it's taught me a lot about how to achieve other things that I wanted to do, especially when it comes to editing software and things like that, because I was able to take the skills that I had in this class and create my own podcast from the ground up. And I know that I couldn't have done that without everything that I've learned here. And so I think the editing ability, and especially the storytelling, because that's what people are compelled by, is the stories. And that's what I'm trying to do with my own podcast, is share people's stories. And so I think that learning about that storytelling and understanding more about the technology, like cameras, and understanding how they work, has really just taught me a lot.
I like your energy. what are the goals that you had this year that you were working on as well?
I think some of the goals that I have for this year is to keep producing my own podcast and improve at podcast making in general. I was able to do some really cool things with my STN application in terms of podcast, and I'm looking forward to competing in podcast at STN. I think other goals that I've had have been to survive senior year. Let's be real, it's been a little rough. But I think in my life, there's been a lot of cool things and things that I've learned from this class that my mom had a baby in September. I have a new sister, and so it's been really fun to be able to take good pictures and know what kind of things I need to be looking for. And then I also just think becoming more efficient has been a goal, to try and just understand how to better take the skills that I have here and apply them to a job, whether that be a job in AV or a job in something else.
Sounds great. How has AV helped you personally?
I think that AV has helped me realize that I can do a lot of things and that opportunities are there if you choose to look for them. I've been to a lot of amazing places with this program. I've been able to go to California twice, I've been to New York City, I've been to Corpus Christi, and having all of those amazing opportunities in my back pocket has increased my commitment about career and technical education, about how important it is for students to feel enabled and know that they have marketable skills that can help them get a real job that will help them provide later in life. I also think that AV has given me a place where I can nerd out with a bunch of other video nerds. My favorite joke is always that the STN Student Social is the only party where it's cool to wear a GoPro on your hat, and I stand by that. But it's really fun, and I think STN especially has taught me that this is an exciting thing and that journalism matters because it's important for truth to be told.
And in this round of stories, our class took a very unique approach to storytelling by interviewing themselves.
What Scott with Aaron Goodwick.
Hello, I am Aaron Gillick. Today I'm having to do interviews for something where I basically interview a person, ask their look back, see if they want to do anything in the future or something else. Today I'm interviewing Aaron Gillick. Yo. Say hello. Okay, today, Aaron, I got a list here that I have to ask questions about. First, what is your favorite video? My favorite video, well, I don't really got a favorite video. Every time I think about what is my favorite, I think I'll just put the ones that are like most well-liked. From what I presume, everyone really likes Carlos. Everyone laughs. Everyone likes it. The editing, good. Audio could use some work, but I work with what I got. How did you? What was your experience joining the class? How was my first day, or how did I join? Well, to be honest, I got to my first year. It was basically just make videos, run news station, and I was basically like, okay, I guess I'm doing this now. And I stuck with it. Yeah, I just was like, I guess I'm doing this now. What do you do, what's your goal for every video you make? My goal is every time I make a video. Well, let's see. At first, I had no goals, then I was forced to make goals, and I forgot what goals I had to do. Then I made my new goals for the videos I make, which is basically make one that's better than the last. Then I realized that's a bit much. Might be hard to do because what if you made a video as good as the last one you made, but it's not better? So I decided to make videos that people would enjoy, people would like to watch, people that might laugh, might be interested, or just ones that I just wanted to make for no reason. That look fun, that are fun, just fun. Let's say fun. It's fun. Yeah. People that have videos that I enjoyed that are fun. Maybe I'll make a series. Do you have any how do you plan your videos? What gets you the ideas to make your videos? I plan my videos. Well, let's see. I just make videos that I hear. Let's say I saw something on a video, movie, TV, show. Something that happened and I was like, man, I want to film something like that. And I plan something around it to film that shot, scene, or joke. Or basically I hear dumb comments around, like in the halls, at school, on the internet, interweb. I'll never bored. And I'm like, that could be funny. Yeah, well, okay, this is all I have for today. He says the interview's over, so we gotta end the interview. Bye.
Yeah, great work, Aaron. Love to see trace of the talent on the screen. Now let's hear from Weekend OSB and his goals for 2025.
So, what are your hopes and goals for the future? Is there anything specific that you are really hoping for? My goals for the future are very simple, and some might even call them boring. But I just want a normal life. I want to graduate college, I want to get a steady paying job, and I want just to own a house. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's very boring, but sometimes you want a little consistency in a world like this. But that's really what my hopes and goals for the future are. What about your New Year's resolution? How do you feel about those, and what was yours? Is there anything that you would like to say on the matter of New Year's resolutions? My New Year's resolution is nothing. I don't make New Year's resolutions just for the principle of the matter. People give up their New Year's resolutions very quickly. There's even a day called Quitter's Day when people give up their New Year's resolutions. I just don't set myself up for failure really when it comes to those, because I know I'm not going to stick to them. And what would your favorite video be? Why do you like it, and why do you think it correlates to your future? And my favorite video and why? This year, my favorite video is probably Dilly's puppet show video. I forgot what it's actually called, but that's probably my favorite video because of how creative it is. And just for practical effects alone, I always enjoy practical effects way more so than I like digital effects. Even though everyone has switched to digital, practical still holds a place. You can even see that in newer films like Alien Romulus, where they used almost nothing but practical effects. But that's really my favorite video. Why? Goals for the future? That's basically all that I have.
That's right. Now to my favorite photographer and DJ. Let's wrap up the self-interviews with Sierra Davila.
So, what was your favorite project this year?
My favorite project this year, well in 2024, was probably the one when I got to go visit my old school and take a little GoPro and run around with like the students and just have fun and just do my own little segment. It was really fun when we got to visit schools and do packages. I felt like I put my work out best then, but also now we got to do our own thing and create our own show, so I think that was really cool to have my own free will, and the videos I wanted to make, it made me actually really excited to come to this class, and that was probably like my favorite thing to do. And doing like the puppets with Dilly was probably one of my favorite projects because we made the puppets and everyone got to go together and like everyone made them together, so it was really cool. So that was probably one of my favorite projects.
What was your biggest lesson?
My biggest lesson was probably that things go on and like the more you just improve, and that I need to know where to end and where to start, and that things actually end, but that isn't a bad thing. I'm glad for all the memories I had from junior year in this class and sophomore year, and although I was very sad that it all came to an end and that senior year is coming to an end, I think that I'm accepting that something bigger is coming and that that I'm just letting go. So that's the biggest lesson that I've learned, is to be confident in my stuff and growing up.
So, what are your goals for 2025?
My goals for 2025 is to actually upload my work and put it on YouTube, or like make content for like myself or for fun, and to get into more film than photography. I want to continue doing photography and being my own worker, I guess, being freelance and actually moving out for school and graduating. That's all I'm trying to do right now. But I think making videos is what I'm trying to accomplish for this year, and actually make one at least every week. So, and not to be scared of putting it out.
Thanks for staying with us, guys. And now we're switching up things this block. Siri produced some great stories last semester that we get to air today.
Thank you, Aubrey. First story I want to share is The Book of Infinite by the Monterey Fear. This story has a boy who really thinks a post-war re-ebb in Gil with fairy poems. Now let's take a look at this amazing story.
I know that's impossible. I mean,
the performance of The Book of Everything was a fall show for like the parents and any like friends or family that also want to go. It's about this boy living in post-World War II Europe, specifically Amsterdam, and he's just dealing with like the societal norms that were really prevalent at the time, like family violence, toxic masculinity, stuff like that. And as all of this is going on, this boy, Thomas, is very imaginative, and that sometimes gets him into trouble. It's one thing to know what emotions you are feeling in the moment and know your lines, but like, the reason that we have multiple actors on the stage at one time is so that we can interact with one another. And that's what brings the play together, is actor interaction. And without that, it's just a few people talking at each other, and that's not really fun to watch. Yeah, it's a lot of, it's like takes months of rehearsal to like get to performance night. Yeah, so a lot of it on stage is blocking, getting what's it called, guidance from the directors, but a lot of it is like doing stuff at home, like learning your lines, learning who your character is. Yeah, a lot of it does take place at home. So being at rehearsal is so important as an actor, because you never know when you're going to be needed. Because yeah, you do have down moments in rehearsal, but like I said, you never know when you're going to be needed. Like if we suddenly want to run the whole thing again or go back to one certain scene, you have to be there for all of your fellow castmates, because I like to say you rehearse how you perform, and of course you're going to be there on performance night, so you have to be there on rehearsal night, you know? One of the main things in theater is like figuring out who you are as a person, because if you're figuring out your characters, you sometimes uncover some of yourself, and just being surrounded by people that do know who they are and like have figured out who they are is really great for pretty much anyone. So
that was a beautiful package to end on. Some great work by you, Siri, just as usual.
Thank you. And if you want to see more podcasts like this, check out our YouTube and Instagram page for amazing content.
That's right, and of course, check out our Facebook too, because if you want any more LASD TV goodness, you'll have to head to one of those three, because we're wrapping up the show.
I guess we're right. Sorry to cut it short. Even such a packed, amazing show.
That's right, so remember, stay positive, much love, and see you later.
Bye-bye.
This has been a production of the students and staff at Lubbock ISD.
Hey guys, welcome to Cooking with Class. My name is Chef Gooch. Today I've got Lupita, she's a senior at Lubbock High, and Jessica, she's a junior at Coronado. This time of the year, my students in my class, we always make tamales this last week of school. And so today we're gonna be making some tamales from scratch. So I've recruited these two students to help me out. You've done it before? Have you made them before? I've done it, but only in class. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna do some beef and green chili tamales, and let's get started. Right here we've got some tomatillos, a jalapeno, and a poblano pepper. And if you will take these, we're just gonna roast these on an open fire until the skin turns black. And then we'll throw them into like a Ziploc bag or into a container with a lid. And that steam is gonna stay in there. And it's gonna help make that skin just kind of slough off and get that nice roasted flavor. So if you wanna do that on one of our open fires, that'd be great. All right, the filling for our tamales, you can do pork, you can do beef. I like to cook it overnight for a really long time. So I'm not gonna show you everything we did, but I took some brisket that we had and we seasoned it and we cooked it really low, about 225 for 12 hours. And so, hand it over here. Let's take a look. All right, this is just one big chunk of it that we cut off. Hand me those tongs. So we're gonna take this and we're gonna chop it up. I've cut some of the excess fat off so it's not too greasy. I pulled it out of its own liquid. When that cooked in a big pan, a lot of the fat on the top and throughout, all the intramuscular fat, it just kind of melted and then it cooked in its own fat. So we've just got a big chunk of it. Hand me that big pan. We'll take a look at the whole pan so everybody can see what it looked like. Yeah, we did a whole brisket, right? So I don't need all that for today. My students are gonna turn it into even more tamales. My whole class is making tamales right now. So let's set this over there. Are you feeling brave? Yeah. Good, good. So we're just gonna rough chop this into a smaller, more manageable pieces. Then we're gonna mix it with that green chili salsa that we're gonna throw together. So I'm gonna let you use my big cleavers, okay? And you don't have to be crazy, okay? I trust you. I'm gonna start, you can see the direction of the grain on this beef. You can see it's all running this way. And so if we cut it that way, it gets stringy and it becomes really tough. And that's the last thing we want. We want this to be nice and soft. So start by going this way and just slice it this way to start. Oh, look how tender it is. I mean, it's just falling apart, right? Yeah. So we'll cut that all up. If this isn't working, we can start with a knife to cut it and then we'll come back and just kind of chop it up, okay? Go ahead. Yeah, I used a knife. Those aren't real sharp for a reason. Yeah, just use that knife. And your hands are clean, so you don't have to hold it with that. You can hold it. Yeah, there you go. Get the claw. Yeah, just slice it into workable pieces. We're about to chop that all up. The recipe I'm showing you today should make about 25 or so tamales, at least 2 dozen, depending on how big you make them. What I love about tamales, I talk to my students about this, is tamales are a dumpling, right? There's a dough with a filling and they get steamed to be cooked. And every culture throughout the world has some sort of dumpling, right? All of Central America, South America, Europe, every country in Asia has some sort of dumpling that they make. And all of them are really simple ingredients that are available locally. And then the big part of making a dumpling though is the labor. Lots of work goes into it. That looks great right there. So let's set this aside. I'm gonna cut this one up too. There's a lot of fat in here still, but that's okay. It's gonna keep it nice and moist. And so now what I want you to do, we'll just break that up even more, right? Can you do that?
Yeah.
You feel brave?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Like this?
Yeah. Beautiful.
More?
Yeah, keep going, keep going. We want it nice and soft. We did season this yesterday when we cooked it overnight, but we want to double check the seasoning. We're gonna taste this for seasoning now, and then after we add that green chili salsa into it, we'll taste it again, make sure it doesn't need any more salt or pepper. That's good, I think so. Now what I want you to do, there's a bowl over there. We're gonna scrape it using these cleavers. All right. Get all that in there. Awesome. All right, let's set that down and take this to the dish pit. All right, we've got our roasted tomatillos and chilies for this salsa we're gonna throw together. So the skin being black is fine. We don't wanna add all that charred skin. It's gonna taste a little carbony. We're gonna throw this right into my blender. So what I want you guys to do, we're just gonna grab a hold of them and just slide all that charred skin off. You guys know how to do that? All right, I'll show you on the jalapeno, okay? So after charring them like this and then letting them steam, that outside layer of skin, it just kind of wipes off. You see what I'm talking about? So we're gonna get all the skin off the tomatillos and the poblano. Should we just leave the seeds in? We want it spot. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right, so then I'll just cut that top off right into the blender, okay? If you guys want to do that real quick, get both of those, or all those tomatillos, the poblano, get all that skin, just get it all off. Yeah, on the tomatillos, it's real simple. Yeah. It's kind of messy, but it gives a lot of really good flavor. If there's a little bit of that charred skin, it's not gonna hurt anything. That looks good. Yeah, like that's fine. Oh, you don't wanna go for the poblano? Scared?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's beautiful. Toss it in. Yeah, and that one, yeah, I just grip the stem and yeah, just go for it. It's real easy. So I do this if I'm making like chili rellenos. I roast them like that, peel that skin off, and then I'll cut it open and put my filling inside. Yeah, it's easy. It is. That's good. Yeah, get it in there. All right, while the two of them work on that, I'm gonna juice this lime, put this juice of one lime in there as well. I didn't grab a juicer, so I'm just gonna use a fork. There we go. All right. Yeah, cut that stem off. I get a little bit more, and then cut the stem, and then we'll get this blended, and we'll all go wash our hands. That's the only downside, is how dirty your hands get. Oh, it's good. Yeah, that's fine. Rip that stem off.
Rip it.
Yeah, or you can cut it. Just cut it. Yeah, pull some of that out. That's fine. Yeah, throw it in there. All right, we're gonna go wash our hands. We'll be right back and we'll get this blended up. All right, we're back. We've got our hands nice and clean. Here's our beef. Here's all the stuff for that green chili sauce. So I've got this in a blender. It's still kind of warm, and because of that, we're gonna leave the top off the blender to let some of that steam escape. Anytime you blend something warm, there's a good chance that like the steam builds up and it pops your lid off. So what I want you to do, Jessica, let's just take this and hold it like that, all right? And then flip the switch on that blender. Low's fine, high, whatever. Hit it. Keep going. That's good. That's good right there. So, a little bit of a splatter. All right, we're gonna mix that in. Grab some of those spoons. Ooh, that smells good. No. Ooh, I'm clear your sinuses. I'm excited. Should we grab some gloves and then we can just mix it with our hands? If you'll grab some out of the pantry, that'd be awesome. This smells, did you get a whiff of that? Oh, it smells fantastic. Yeah, that's good, right? Yeah. I'm excited, this is gonna be awesome. All right, she's gonna grab us some gloves so we can mix that up, and then we'll taste it and season it and make sure it's good to go. And in the meantime, we'll get started on our masa. Go ahead, throw some gloves on, mix that up. And then when you're done, let me know. We'll all taste it, and then we'll add a little salt or whatever it needs, okay? Okay, so for the masa, we've got some husks soaking in warm water. You want them to soak for at least 15 minutes, if not longer. Just hot tap water is fine. Right here in my KitchenAid mixer, we've got about 12 ounces of masa harina. And then to that, we're gonna add a tablespoon of baking powder and a teaspoon or half a teaspoon of salt. Okay, and then we've got 6 ounces of lard. So we're going to heat that up. And then once that gets melted, we've also got 2 cups of chicken stock. And we're going to pour both of these in and just blend it up. You want it to be nice and warm. It's much, much easier to work with when it's nice and warm. So while that melts, that looks really good. That's fine. Let's taste that. Did you taste it yet? No? That's good, but it does need some salt. These are going to be hot. Oh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be real hot. So yeah, you can control that heat. We could have just used the flesh from that jalapeno and not put in those seeds, but I think we all agreed we like it hot. Good. Mix that up a little bit more. And that's a good texture right there. It's going to be real easy to put this into our masa as a filling. All right, let's set that aside. We've got our lard is rendered down. We've got warm chicken stock. I'm going to go ahead and mix the dry ingredients just a little bit to get them that baking powder and salt incorporated throughout the masa harina. And then you want to pour that in there. Beautiful. Okay. And then get that chicken stock in there, Lupita. Let's take that to the dish pit. Yeah, just get rid of it. I'll turn the heat off. We don't need it. Yeah, pour it in. There you go. And if it's too much, you can always add a little more masa to help thicken it, or if it's not the right consistency. You got to get a feel for it, right? Like you got to adjust it as you go. So that looks a little wet. Might go grab some more, but let's let it mix up a little bit and we'll take a look at it. You don't have to use a mixer for this. You can do it all by hand. Just a wooden spoon would be fine as well. That looks way better. Yeah, I was a little worried. Looked a little too. This is the fun part. This is where all the labor comes in. My students we always have a debate. Everybody does it kind of differently, how you put the masa into the husk, right? Some of them like to use their hands and you kind of get them wet. You ever done it that way? Now you said you use a spoon at home. How do you do it?
With hands.
With your hands?
Yeah.
Well, cool. We'll get to see 3 different ways. I use a paint scraper or like a big flat spatula, and it works for me. But you guys can make fun of me all you want, okay? Let's get this out of the way. Let's get started. Okay, so first thing we want to do, tell me if I'm right, we want to feel for the right side, right? So one side of the husk is going to be kind of like bumpy and rigid, and then the other side is really smooth. Is that right? Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes you can look at it to tell, right? You can look down here and see. I think this is the smooth side. Tell me if I'm wrong. Am I right? Yeah. Sweet. All right, so we're going to get started. Normally you want to fill them, what, about down to here? How far? Yeah? Yeah. You're saying no? Everybody's different. It's okay. And then how far? All the way across?
Like a little bit, because then you're gonna have
Yeah, you leave a little bit for folding it. Okay, go ahead. Show me what's up. Go ahead, Jessica. Both of you, get in there. I'll do one too. Hand me one over here. I'll do one with my paint scraper. I don't fit. There we go. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yours looks better than mine already. I make a huge mess every time. It's all over the table. It's everywhere. It's okay. Look at mine. It's terrible. Okay.
Oh.
That looks great. Mine is subpar. I do like the finger to fix it, like using your hands, like with a little water to go back and fix it, because that looks really, really nice. That looks good. Well, get some of it off. It's all right. Beautiful. All right. Y'all's look a lot better than mine. So next up, we'll put our filling. Show me how much filling goes in there. Make sure we got a good view. Yeah, get in there. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of labor. A labor of love that goes into making these. That's why we all work together. That looks good. I like that. Go ahead. I'll get mine too. Get in there. Does that look good? Mine has more than yours. Yeah. What's up? I was like, does mine have too much, or does yours?
This is cool.
Convene from executive closed session. Do we have any actions following closed session?
President, we do. I move that we extend the superintendent's contract 1 year until June 30th, 2028, and authorize the board president to negotiate and execute the superintendent's contract.
Motion, is there a second?
Second. So moved.
Motion and multiple seconds. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, audience.
All right. I want to make an announcement to the people that already know this and that are here, but maybe on. Please note that the next meeting has been changed from a workshop-only meeting to a regular meeting and workshop. The website has been updated to reflect this change, and that will be February 13th, correct? Yes. That's cool. Right, at 7 a.m. All right, it's 11:31 a.m., and this meeting is now adjourned.
11:30. Did you say
11:30?
I heard. Oh,
Lunchtime.
I heard her say 1:30.
Oh my God.
I need your help.